Mm-hmm.
Hello, welcome to this introduction video about vertex animation textures in Houdini. So in this video, I will talk a bit about the basics of vertex animations and how it works. So this is specifically here for Houdini and also the Sci-Fi Lab toolsets. So let's get started here. So before I go into the details of vertex animation textures, let's take a look at how we usually animate in games. So commonly what we will do is we will have bones, like this character here. So we will grab, for example, a bone, and then we can move our character. So we can move the arms, we can move the legs, we can move the whole character based on a bone structure, so a skeleton version of the mesh. So with bones, we can do quite a lot of different things. We can use it for characters, we can also use it for other kinds of things. It's very useful and also game friendly. So here we can then have an animation ready to go into a game engine. Now, when we have something a bit more complicated, like for example, a certain fluid simulation like this, doing this with bones would be very complicated. So with that in mind, like how can we get, for example, certain simulations or other specific animations into game engines? And that's where the vertex animation toolset comes in handy. So with vertex animations, we are able to have something like this called simulation inside of a game engine without any need of bones.
And curious. Storing complex animation data into 2D textures or mesh UDs. Animation overhead while still maintaining the required look and feel of the animation in the past. You might want to have used morph textures. Before you can begin using the script, there are a few things to be aware of so you can get the best results possible. Mm. Hmm.
So one of the first questions is, what is now this vertex?
There's a plugin I think that actually does what I want, but I don't think I want to spend the money on it. There's a number of them, right? I think this one. Would this be game systems or might be that one actually, or even like this one? Maybe this one. Might actually be this. Like, there's a lot, right? And they're there for a reason, but I don't know which ones we want. Massive modular crowds. It's probably actually this one, if I'm being honest. Massive crowd simulation. Yeah, it's probably something like this. It's way too expensive. Don't want that. This one's a maybe, but no, this is just you bake outside and then bring in. Oh no, bake that. Oh, okay. Interesting. Hmm. Anyways, the alternative. is that I bake the vat textures here. So we are going to finish watching this, and this will show us how to do it, and then we will figure out the rest of it as we go.
vertex animation picture. For sure you have to so here, or you can also disable non-production, and then you have hello. In this video we're gonna talk about installing everything you need for the vertex animation tools to work. So we're gonna have to start here in Houdini, and we need to install SideFX Labs or update SideFX Labs to the new version. So you can find SideFX Labs here under Windows, and
Windows. I don't think that's how this works anymore. I'm being honest, but that's fine.
should be here a new tab for SideFX Labs.
Because I don't think that's here anymore, is it? Yeah, Labs isn't here anymore. Because it's broken out. It's part of this now. It's right there. Oh, there it is. Yay, for the version of Houdini I'm on. Yay, okay. That's all that matters.
So when you click this menu will pop up, and it will ask you to update tools. Then you just click like the vertex animation tool. So when Houdini is restarted, we can now place the vertex animation nodes. So we don't have to go to our object and change this to output. So in here we can place output nodes or exporters like the vertex animation tool. So here, place that tool. So we're not going to use.
Okay, so this, we go from here, we go to output, then vertex, labs vertex animations. I'm just going to move this over to the other screen here.
In this video, we're only going to go here to real-time shaders. And here we can actually find documentation for the game engine. So in this case, we're going to go for Unreal. And we're going to click the button to open actually the plugin and the guide for installation. This will now bring up this menu where you can actually get the information. So select the version of Unreal you're using. So currently I'm actually using 4.26. Then here we have some information about the plugin installation. So we can open this and we can read this on how we can use this, but I will show you anyway. Then if you always
Make sure. What? Make sure there is a plugins folder in your next to your content folder in your Unreal project. If the plugins folder doesn't exist, create it. Your plugins directory is where the located. Copy the SideFX Labs folder next to this text file into the plugins folder. Mm-hmm. Gappy here. There we go. Okay, your plugin is now ready. Launch your Unreal project and you should immediately have access to the material functions, scripted animations, etc. provided by the plugin. With the project open, you can verify the plugin is successfully enabled by searching for SideFX Lab in the Edit Plugins. Alternative installation location, we could do it in the engine, but that would be a bad idea since that's not what we're trying to do. This is our import settings, so we'll leave that open since we're going to need it. And
want to double check the import settings, you can here go and read this if you want to make sure you have the right import settings for your FBX files and your textures. So make sure you remember that there's some documentation here. So if you're ever not sure what you're doing, you can look up some basic information about how you should work with this. Now, importantly, here for installing the plugin, we actually need to grab this folder. So this is going to be very important. So in this folder, we'll actually include some Unreal plugin or U assets. So we have this folder. Now, the next thing to do is actually go to your projects, U assets. So we have this folder. Now, the next thing to do is actually go to your project. So you have to create a Unreal project. And in here, we're going to then create a plugin folder. So currently, this is my Unreal project. So it's just like vertex animation demos. And we're going to create a new folder with plugins. So in my case, it's not available. There might be a chance that you already have a folder called plugins here. So new folder. So we can open the folder, launch now. And I want to check if my plugins are here. So you can actually view your plugin folders over here at the content. So we're going to go to view options and enable show plugin contents. So by default, it's probably off. So let's turn it on. And when we scroll all the way down and look for our side effects folder, we can now find our content. So it will most importantly include actually the material functions that we are going to use. So these are the rigid body functions that we will use. So if I would quickly now create a material here, so I'm going to delete it anyway, so here for testing.
So there's something important that I do want to do. Since these are going to be static meshes, we can do plotting on static meshes, right? And so I want to bake effectively a cube, right, with transparency that looks almost like somebody walking. Okie dokie. Okay, where were we here? And we can go here. Side effects lab contents. Yay! Material functions. Templates. Materials. Blueprints. Yay! Houdini assets. Spline utility. Do I have Houdini even installed? I don't think I do.
Open that. And in that material, let's check if I can access my vertex animation tools. So let's type in vertex animation, and I can have access to those nodes. So for example, if I want to do something with rigid bodies, I can click that, and I can have these nodes. So once you have the same result here, I can place these nodes. That means your tool is working, and you're ready to go to try out vertex animations. And you can also watch the tutorials we have if you want to follow along and build some cool simulations in Unreal. So I hope you enjoyed this video, and thanks for watching.
Nope. Now I just have to remember how to actually frickin' do the baking. And then we have to decide on what we want.
Hello and welcome. In this video, I'm going to talk about using vertex animation toolsets of SideFX Labs. In this video, I'm going to cover how to use the soft body mode, for example, for a cold simulation. So in Houdini, I already have a setup. You can get these files as well. So when I press play, it will actually here break down this plot. So that's what I currently have here. So I want to bring this then inside of a game engine, like Unreal or Unity. I'm going to show you the steps of doing that. So first, if you're interested in the setup of this simulation, I first created a plane. I did a remeshing to create more geometry. I'm also going to here fracture the pieces, so you actually know the simulation knows where to fracture or break pieces. Then I'm also going to make a group for sticking, so this is the part that won't be simulated. And we then use a vellum cloth here to then actually define certain properties for the.
Okay, so the current situation that we want to deal with is we want to figure out a character. And I think I know what character I want. Unreal launcher. I think what we're going to try and do, right? And just bear with me. I'm thinking that we bring over the girl that we've got in our old project instead of our most recent projects, right? This one. So we could bring over this pink-haired girl and put her in the game. I gotta. 1 sec. I want to move my camera down. There we go. Now I feel less like I'm like sinking into the bottom of my screen. All right, so what we want to do. Yeah, that's a good framing. Or good enough, right? I think I could zoom out a bit. There we go. Okay, so we have I, I I always forget that like nothing here is like directly movable because it's all Houdini. All Houdini engine. Um anyways, I think even this was Houdini, wasn't it? No, that one wasn't. Okay. Excuse me. It's where's the mesh? There it is. This one. I want to take a look at this and see how many tries it is. Oh, she's only really? Oh, okay. We're gonna use her. She's so many less tries than the one we're currently using. Oh man, that's so much better. Look at that, 22,000 triangles. She's much lower. Let's see, can I do? Let's see a wireframe of her. I suppose that's not that bad, right? Oh, that's not good. Wait, what? What's going on there? Oh, interesting. Because she's on her tippy toes. Her tippity toes. It's great. 10 out of 10. Okay. So we're going to use her. But how many textures is she? Preview mesh. There we go. She's only 3. Oh my god, yes. Okay, we're definitely using her. She's so much better. We can do blinking too. Interesting. Okay, so let's take her and export her out. There, we've exported the skeletal mesh. Now we want to take one of the animations, which is a walk animation. It's not that one. It's this one. That's the one. Okay, and then we do export. There we go. And then we come into here and we do character. Ah, fuck. A file. Geometry. Okay. That is interesting. What's the error? What if I remove this? Anything? The animated rose! Stop, girly! How you holding in? How ya doing? Let me try that again. FBX character. Here's the character we want. There she is. Look at that. Beautiful. Am I right? How are you? I'm not bad. She has an animation apparently. Right, I didn't actually do the thing that is necessary to make that work. Wait, where's her uniform? She's supposed to have a uniform. Where's the uniform? Why? Where'd the uniform go? This is not okay. She even has a butt. What's going on here? Wait, what? Wait. If I change this. Oh, interesting. But wait, what changed? If I go like this. No, that's still the uniform. It should be there. Is it Houdini doing something fucky? Let's find out. Sacrifice a cube. Okay, open. Import. FBX. FBX. There we are. Okay, let's see if she has the thing here. No, she doesn't here either. What the hell's going on? it's not supposed to be like that. Yeah, because I exported this one here. I didn't even get this one, did I? Yeah, like she doesn't have any because on that one I think that she still has like how do I do this? How's school going, Rose? Because like if we look at her here, right? Yeah, you can't see a belly button and there is actually a bit of a space between her leg and the short, right? Same with the I graduated? Nice, congrats. Good work. there like something hiding it or something like that? If we look at this, what do we got? There's the head. So it's time to go into the wide world of working in the wide world of actual working in the field, eh? Why do I not have clothing on something that is supposed to arguably have clothing? What if I export this one, maybe? Okay, let's export this one and see if this one gives me stuff. Or did I like export it wrong? I don't care about morph targets. I don't care about that. Okay, let's try the sports uniform. Because maybe it's like an issue with the school uniform. Okay, so the sports uniform does have what we want. Okay. So maybe if I re-export this one, I can get it. Export school uniform. Save. Yes. Do. Maybe it was the morph targets. Okay, so we can close this. Don't save. Don't care. Then we delete this. And school uniform, we bring that in. And she's naked again. We're not going to get the school uniform, are we? It says it's supposed to be this one. Actually, wait, don't I have her? Like, I think Fab gives me her in a different format too. I have her in Unity. Yes, this will work. Sorry. Download. Uh, all right. Well, thanks for stopping by, Rose. It was good to hear from you again. I'm trying to get animations baked. I'm working on animation stuff today. I was actually thinking about using this to like build out a character. But I don't know because like like it's kind of weird. So I actually maybe I could because I've got all of these. But I don't know. It'd be a bit of a pain in the ass, right? Custom package from the downloads. The hair's kind of nice though. Like we've got hair and boots and eyes and all that kind of stuff. All right, let's see if we can find the mesh that we're looking for, the skeletal mesh that we're looking for. And figure out why we're not getting the thing that we're looking for. There it is. There's that one. It almost looks like the one that I've got pulled out. It doesn't it? Yeah, no, there it is. Wait, does she have an ass on this one? My Her feet are poking through. Feet are poking through on all of these, actually, except for this one. So there's her rig. If I bring her in, yeah. I can see her. Materials? All of her materials are broken. 10 out of 10. Love it. I don't care that much, but it is kind of funny. Why is this not working then? Oh. Oh. I see. I see. I see. I see. There's multiple sections. There's the body? What's this look like? Huh. Okay, it's broken up. So maybe it's being hidden then. What are we looking for? School uniform. There it is, right there. School uniform. Oh no, that's SKM school uniform. Is this a prefab? No, this isn't a prefab. What's this one look like? This is effectively what I feel like I just got. Why is this this is a skeletal mesh though. So we could just work with that. School uniform. We could bring no, that's the sports uniform. We could bring out the school uniform. Although the school uniform's a number of different pieces. And ideally I didn't want to have to do that. Right? Because it's not really the goal here. The goal was to do. There's the hair. Why don't I have the school uniform? It's supposed to be there. School uniform. Okay. Let's try this again. Wait, let's Blender? Because if this is coming out in multiple different things, right? Blender should pick that up. It's times like this I kind of wish that I kind of wish that I had uh fucking wait, what? No. Delete, yes. Don't do that. I see. No, that's not what I said. I did not say to do new folder. I wanted IC. There we go. Exports. School uniform. Import. Right, there she is. She's supposed to have some extra stuff in here, and she does not seem to have that at all. Unless this is it? Is this it? No. Is this hidden? No, that's her entire body. There's her uniform right there. The uniform, the The uniform is there. It's right here, right? And body, this is the body of the school girl. Interesting that they didn't actually blast away any of her butt so much as they just hit it with, I think, a texture. It's kind of interesting. There's her hair. Can I hide individuals or unhide individuals? What if I import a sports uniform? So the sports uniform still does come in entirely correct. And it bothers me greatly because the sports uniform isn't what I want. I want the school uniform. See what the sports uniform looks like? Body, swimsuit. Wait, swimsuit. I don't want to rebuild her. What if I tried just bringing in her actual materials? Okay, let's bring in her materials and then we'll see where we go from there kind of thing, right? Mm, mm. Oh, it's waiting for me to hit yes. Thither temporal double A. Interesting. None of these work. Okay, so if we go if we go bag, does this even have any materials? No, it doesn't. Okay, 10 out of 10. Don't save. Oh, there we go. Oh, here we go. Textures. Let's see, hair. Here's our different hair or uniforms. Yeah. All right. Interesting. Materials. I go to here. Why is this fucky? Whatever. What happens if I hit play? Okay, whatever. Kind of curious is if I go like this and I bring this one out here, right? So we go to here and we take this mesh school. We bring that one out. There's our mesh school. Then we bring this one in here into here. I wonder if it would make a difference. This one here will be let's go back to here. We'll look at the school uniform here. S Sure, but what's this one called? We've got the hair. Go like this. Do, do, do. And then we'll export the hair. I think that covers everything. So if we look at it, there's only 3. Let's open her back up. Yeah, there's 3. There's the school body, school uniform, and hair. So what if we change this to the hair? Oh, wait. It's because everything's there. Okay, okay. Okay, so if we take this one and we do... Not that. Okay. Body. Okay, it's not that one. What about that one? No, not that one. I don't think that it actually came over with the uniform at all. Like the mesh for the uniform just is not there at all. I think that's fundamentally the problem. Let's switch this out for the hair. And then if we come up here and we delete this and we go specifically for hair. There. Now the hair's good. We add this one here, we'll say the body, right? And if we bring in the body, there we go. That works. Oh yeah, the mesh is still there. It's just translucent. Okay, cool. And then if we bring in one more, what we want now is we want the missing uniform. Hey, at least we know why it's not working. Okay, so how do I merge two meshes together? It's actually going to be useful if I learn how to do this. Houdini merge two skeletal meshes into one. How to merge multiple meshes into one. Actually, I wonder. Okay, bear with me. I have an idea. I have an idea, and this might work. This might maybe work if I'm lucky. Content browser. Separate. We'll do the body right here. And we're going to export the body. Export. We're going to go to here and we're going to do new folder. Parts. SK body. We're going to go to the hair. We're going to export the hair. There's the school bag. We're gonna see if this works. Here's the school uniform. We're gonna just export each part of it. Okay. And then if we come back into Houdini here, we should be able to just re-import her. FBX character import. So if we bring in the individual parts, I think that would make this easy. Here's the body. Right? We bring it, we take a look at that. Okay, so we want to look at that. There's the body, right? Wait, we do have a skeletal mesh, right? Yeah, there we go. Then if we move this over here like so, let's do this. We're gonna do that, and then here we're gonna say the body. And here we're gonna delete that. There we go. Then if we bring in the next part, which is going to be the hair, so the hair, right? Hair. Beautiful. We're going to bring in the last part here, which is going to be the uniform. The many parts of the uniform. This is the amulet, watch, tie. We'll bring in the skirt first. Right? And then the skirt just uses the blue uniform there. Right? And then if we bring this here over, we can bring in the next piece, which is going to be, let's say, the top body, the blouse. Look, it's working. Let's bring in the next piece here, which will be the tie, maybe? I think the tie, yeah, the tie's there. Sweet. Wait, does this even have the bag? I'm going to be a little bit surprised if it does, but, you know. See if this has the bag. It does have the bag. Look at that. The bag's there. Sweet. Excuse me. Okay, and then we're going to merge. Okay, so if we take these and we merge them into here. What's going on with her boobs? Oh, it's just, yeah. Okay. Look at that. Now we need the shoes. Shoes, 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 shoes. Footwear. There we go. Look at that. So she is actually always got her feet there, but they're just like straight up just it's like they they just remove them. It's so good. Hey, if it works, right? If it works. I feel like we can bring in the rest of these too. Okay, so what are we missing? There's the tie watch. That's what it was. Yeah, the watch is working. Sweet. Does she look complete? She looks complete to me. Now, if we go like this, go like this. Now, if we take the animation that we want, which is the walk animation, does the walk animation work? So here's the walk animation, right? Walk in place. Can she walk in place? Is the $1 billion question. Okay, and then we do do there's like there's the the specific bone thing that you have to plop down for the animations. Bone deform or something like that? Yeah, there it is. Do, do, do. Will she walk? Not really. It's probably because I need to merge everything still, right, further. So this works for that, but then we need another merge, and this merge is only going to be, we do this, and then we do, and we do one more. Well, that kind of blows. What if I go back to just doing this then? What do we get here? Let's go back to the very beginning. It kind of works. Like, you get a problem here, though. Like, she walks fine, but her skirt doesn't move correctly. Oh, wait, it's because the skirt is being powered by, uh, fuck. I can't do the skirt. Ah, fuck. Okay. Mm, I forgot that the skirt wasn't weight painted. Which becomes a problem because she needs to be weight painted, right? Damn. Okay, so she won't work. But there is something that will work. But I have to re-import it because I fucked with it a little too hard last night. Package manager. This one here. Re-import. Yeah, so I exported all of these. Can wait. I know that there's a bunch of prefabs in this. Oh, here we go. Scenes. Don't save. What happens if I... That's annoying. I would go fix that, but I don't want to bother. It's a I'll deal with it later kind of thing. Or I fixed it. Entirely broken. 10 out of 10. Oh, was there something weird going on with the hands? No, the hands are fine. Huh. Okay. Do, 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 do. Okay, so if we come down to here, what we're looking for is the textures. Common resources. Oh, pupils. Interesting. It's these. Interesting. Okay. Is it this one? What happens if I hit play now? Is it still broken? Like super broken? 10% broken? No, no camera, of course. You know, naturally. Okay, so here's our textures, resources, decals, patterns, editor. Oh, cool. Okay. That's kind of nice. Wait, are these actually textures? Yeah, these are textures. Wait, these are icons. Those are facials. Decals patterns? Shaders? No. Seems prefabs. Base? Let's take a look here. Where's the there's the icon. But where's the material? Materials maybe? Oh, here they are. Wait, why is it what? I am so confused as to the coloring here. I think I understand it. I think sorry, I think I understand what's going on with this actually. Yeah, I think I get it. Oh, okay. Doo-doo. There we go. Ah, yay. Okay, so what I'm thinking here is everything is dictated by a color, a base color inside of yeah, so everything's a base color. Hmm. Okay. So I have an idea because I want to keep this one. And this is the one that actually matters to me. So right now, right this moment, this is what matters to me. If I go like this, we see her. She's good. We have to get rid of her bag, unfortunately. Or we have to learn how to rig. um Houdini auto rig.
Hey guys, how's it going? Today I'm going to show you a very fast and easy way to use this auto rigging system. So basically, even if you like make this just basic setup, it will take some time. But if once you are able to make setup, then you can reuse this very easily and change the characters for the same animation easily and very fast. So let me show you what I've done here first, and then we can just I'll show you how we can easily change the geometry.
Wait. Actually, Houdini transfer rig one mesh to another. Mm, switch to rig. Huh. Oof. Here we go. Say, wait, does she actually have a rig here? I wasn't even thinking straight here. So there's that. There's the rig that she most definitely does have, and there's the null. Oh, yay! Okay, let's see if I can get the bone deform. Let's do this, and then here we're gonna see if we can play this animation on her. This works, will be solid play. It does work! Holy shit, I'm an idiot. Labs, labs, quick materials. Wait, what? Okay, so that was everything, and what we want is the body. There's the body. Beautiful. Nisa! Hey, welcome back. It's been a while. Do hair. Textures. Hair. And then we'll do the uniform. Transferring skin, no rig. No, there's a rig. Is to say mesh base to skirt, for example. Well, I was gonna try that here, right? Um, so I have this one, but because the the skirt isn't actually weight painted, and animation stuff is not something I know anything about yet, really. So in yeah, so it's like hovering kind of, right? Because the idea in engine right now, this skirt is flowy and it's got cloth physics attached to it. So when I export it, it doesn't have weight paints for it. So, but this one does, and this one works. And this one this FBX here I pulled out of what was it? I pulled this off of this one's from Unity and the other one's from Unreal. Yeah. And then like the one that I actually was trying to use was this one. FBX character. Right? And let me see. Yeah, school uniform, right? This is supposed to be her in her school uniform, right? If it doesn't crash. I should have stopped before. I should have stopped the animation before trying to bring in another character. You can with this problem go. Well, Houdini's in the middle of crashing at the moment, I think. The important thing is that I figured it out. I think I'm fairly certain that Houdini is about to crash. But what we're doing is we're gonna do vertex animations, so we can have like 1,000 of her on screen walking around. But to do that, you know, we got to bring her in, and then we've got to simulate it so Houdini can make the texture. How have things been on your side though, Nisa? It's been a while. I'm in the process of doing a move from Unreal. Sorry, from Unity to Unreal. So yeah, I think I'm gonna have to reset this up. Luckily, that's not too much of a problem. Oh, that was a crack. Yeah. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to go to out, and we can do vertex animations. And target is already set correctly, and then we can go back to object. We're gonna do geometry. Then we'll do character FBX. Yeah. So this is the one that we were trying to initially bring in, but for some reason her uniform isn't there, and I can't figure out why. So that's poopy. So we switched out to this one. We have uniform. Beautiful. And then we do the bone deform. And we do the quick material. Labs quick material. And that down, down, and down. And then we do body. Unreal project. That one. Exports. Animation girl textures. We're doing this one. When we do this one, we're going to do the hair. And we'll bring this one in and we'll do the school uniform. And all we got to do is that and then star, and then we'll do uniform blue. There we go. And now she walks. Oh, wait, I don't have the animation. Walk in place. There we go. Now she walks. Beautiful. Now I think this is only a couple. What is it? Is it only 34 or 36? 32? 33. Yeah, it was only 32. 32 frames. Ba, da, ba, ba, ba. Okay, now we bring this back up and we go to right. It's here, there, and then we're gonna figure out how to do this.
Group to make sure that's not animating. The important here is using the development weld. This is actually for the breaking part, so we can enable breaking here. And then we actually have a solver, which is doing the simulation. So here, when I press play, plot outputs. So you can also try to just grab the plot, but I specifically like to outputs. And here I can have multiple outputs. So what I want in the game engine as well. And I'm also using a node here to output this. So this is actually my output. So I'm going to reference this in my output system. So now with this ready, important here.
Okay, so we do a null. Actually, I think we can just do an out, right? Yeah, output here. Then this is going to be anime girl school uniform out. Oops.
For these soft bodies animation is that we also need a consistent amount of polygons and points. So the tool will also warn you if you're not consistent with that. So that's how this method works. So if you are not consistent with this number, with the amount of polygons and points, you need to use another method, which is probably the dynamic remeshing, and this is used for fluids. So now let's export this. And often I would make an extra tab here by just using a new network, and I can just switch this to output. And here I can have multiple outputs. So what I want in this output now is I want to use the vertex animation tools. So we can just type in vertex animation tools. So of course, make sure you have SideFX Labs installed and also the latest version of that. So we can go here to Window, SideFX Labs. So very important. I have made a video on how to install everything. So watch that before continuing with this one. I highly recommend that. So here, let's go into our settings and let's talk about the important settings now. So first of all, we need to set a mode. So like I said before, we're going to use a soft body.
Wait, no, that's not what we wanted. We wanted out.
So for the plot, we're going to select a game engine. Also very important that we select the right game engine. Now we also going to set a frame range. So by default, it's going to grab whatever you have. So currently I have 100 frames. If you need more, you can add more. If you need less, you can add less. So in my case.
Okay, so we want 32. Oh, it's already set up. Very convenient.
So we have this basic animation here of 100 frames with that. Then we need to say what geometry. So I'm going to grab here this icon. I'm going to select my geometry. So we're going to here grab the plot outputs. So you can also try to just grab the plot, but I specifically like to target these nodes so I exactly
Let's also go here. Wait, input geometry. That be the out or
less, you can add less. So in my case, 100 is enough. So so we have this basic animation here of 100 frames with that. Then we need to say what geometry. So I'm going to grab here this icon. I'm going to select my geometry. So we're going to here grab the plot outputs. So you could also try to just grab the plot, but I specifically like.
okay, so the cloth output, was that what he
This might work. So if you are not consistent with this number, with the amount of polygons and points, you need to use another method, which is probably the dynamic remeshing, and this is used for fluids. So now let's export this. And often I would make an extra tab here by just using a new network, and I can just switch this to outputs. And here I can have multiple outputs. So what I want in this output now is I want to use the vertex animation tools. So we can just type in vertex animation tools. So of course, make sure you have SciFX Labs installed and also the latest version of that. So we can go here to Window, SciFX Labs. So very important. I have made a video on how to install everything. So
Wait, so did I set this up correctly to not have a skeletal mesh after deform, right? After deform, I don't have a skeletal mesh anymore, right? Mm. Yeah, I think after that we're good, right? Yeah, we don't have any more. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah. Okay, sweet. There, and then we go back over to our output and see it in the view. Sorry, we want to go back to out. We'll look at this. We want animate girl outfit. There we go. What's the issue? Soft body deformation. Soft body deformation mode expects unpacked geometry primitives. One or more unexpected primitives are found on the input geometry. Consider using convert sops to convert your geometry type to polygons. Huh. Learn how to take a rigid body's fluids. I thought it would be this one. Houdini that. To Unreal. I feel like this is going to be in Japanese.
はい、皆さん、こんにちは。で、この、まあ、何でもいいんですけど、自分の場合は、こう、で動いてそうですね。で、テクスチャーは今来てないので、他とやっぱりやらなきゃところで、これだとポイント5000ですね。なので、2万から、4分の1以下ですね。20だから5分の1ですね。ぐらいにしたっていうところです。はい。で、これで一旦は OK。ポジションとかロテート情報がの設定で、出力しちゃうっていうところですね。エクスポート。
Soft body deformation. It's a poly reduce. I don't want a poly reduce. Like I could poly reduce. But I feel like if I poly reduce this, it's not going to look right. You know what the worst thing that can happen is? It doesn't work. I don't think it actually poly reduced her. Let's say 50%. It looks like shit. There's 95. What point can I go down to before she looks like complete dog crap. Oh, yeah. That makes sense as to like why that won't work though. I don't think that's where we want to do the poly reduce. Out here. Houdini. This message indicates that your geometry contains primitive types other than the standard polygon faces, which are required for soft body deformation. Soft mode in Houdini. Use convert sops node and set it to polygon. Okay. All right. Let's go back to object. Right. Convert. I think it's this one, right? What's this even do? All right, so that worked. What's going on here? I don't understand what's going on in that one.
Hello, this video is about the Anim to Texture plugin that was released with the City sample and is now rolled into Unreal
Character. I had this figured out for the Unity one, and I unfortunately lost that. Animating. Okay, so we're back to this because this just does something funky with the. What is it? Like, what is this? Is it like a point cloud of some kind? Yeah, there's the. What's going on? Yeah, this is a weird point cloud. Okay. What if we do a clean? Okay, what if I do that? Stop, and then we bring this back over. Now we've got something maybe? And then if we go back to out, we still have the problem here. Oh, there, we got rid of the weirdness. So I guess that worked. We don't need this though here. So we've got that convert, and then we do this, and then voila, right? Now if I do this and hit play, we don't have the weirdness. I feel like there's something weird about her eyes though now. Oh, because there is something weird about her eyes. Her eyes get all kinds of fucky when we do this. What if we don't fix overlaps? Delete unused groups. Orient polys. No. Move nans. Because this has like a bunch of weird dots all over the place. It's just points. Yeah, these are just like random points. There's a point cloud somewhere in there. And it's probably someone like where, what is it though? Okay, so we've got this. And if here's a weird little point cloud here thing right there. I've selected a bunch of them, including like, oops, just go like that. We wanna just select these, right? And then if I split these, let's see what's going on here. You know what? That might be the eyes. Wait, no, that's in the... What is going on here? So what's going on with these? These don't appear to belong to any group. And they are just points. Houdini delete hanging points. Clean slot. Add a clean slot. In the parameters, the editor clean swap checkbox remove disjointed points. Look at that. That worked. And it didn't screw up her eyes. Then can I do a clean on this one without screwing up the eyes? No, the eyes still get fucked. I don't know why that happens. I wonder if I can do a poly reduce. Can we do it? Can we do a poly reduce on that? What if we do 95? What if we do 50? 51%. No. 75%. Oh, it's so good. What we really want to do is bake the eyes directly onto the face. Would be like 10 out of 10. But this animates in all of its glory. Look at that. Oh, it's beautiful. It looks terrible. We don't want that. We do want this. Now, if I go back over to output, does output work? No. Flipped right. Wait, what? Oh, there's no issues. Okay, there we go. There's some weirdness here though. Like what's going on here? I am curious. I feel like this is her under and it's being yeah, I feel like that's the mesh underneath, right? So I wonder if I can take a clean, right? And we do clean. Now what I want to do is I split because I don't want it to fuck with the eyes, and it's only the eyes that are getting fucked with this clean, right? So we do this. There, we've split those off, and then we take this down to here. We do this, fix overlaps. And then we merge back together. And we still have the weirdness. Oh well. Oh, well, doesn't matter. Yeah, we have some double topology, but that's largely that's going to be fine anyways. Her topology is still much smaller than the other girl's topology. Wish there was a way to just like blast anything that's is invisible. I wonder if there's a way to check that. Houdini blast in any fully transparent geo. Check if your transparent geometry uses a standard alpha. Actually, what we could do. Sorry, just quickly bear with me here. What if we do this? Right? And we do body. Right? And then we do null. Ah, there we go. Look at that. Now, if we do a blast, so we don't want to blast that. We do want to blast this. Oh, actually, we don't want these ones. There we go. I think we can safely get rid of some more of this, to be honest. Like we don't need any of the under, right? Because you never see any of this. I'll leave some of this, like I'll leave the bottom parts because you can kind of see them. Not that you'll actually ever see them, but you know, might as well. There. We'll be coming back up for more of that. I think we can get away with that. I actually think that we can get away with a lot more on this specific one since it's a very specific set that we're doing. But I don't want to risk it. It's going to take a little bit of finessing to make sure that we get everything that we can possibly get without sacrificing actual stuff that matters. Okay. I think some of this is going to be visible, so we're going to leave it. Oh, we're going to leave that stuff. Yeah, we're going to leave all of that. Because it all has color on it. There we go. There we go. There. Now, we want to get rid of this as well. There we go. Look at that. Now, this comes down into this, and then we do this. There we go. Look at that. She's far less. Now. And ooh, maybe I shouldn't have deleted quite as much of her stomach. You know what? I don't know that it matters. What's going on there? That's just like a dark piece? Or is this like inside out? Oh no, that's just an overlap. Interesting. Okay. That's fine. There, and then there. And how many polys is this now? Exactly 10. And for the most part, I think we've gotten rid of everything inside, which is kind of good. Look at that. We got rid of her foot. Ooh, we can blast a couple more here. Get rid of that. I think we can get rid of most of the side stuff here. I think we can even get rid of this. We're gonna check this after we delete it. And that way we know whether or not we've gone too far or not. A little bit. Yeah, it's a little bit too far. So that's a bit too high. Yeah, and then we got to get that one right there. And this one here. And that one right there. That one right there. There we go. And then we'll do the same over here. Get rid of pretty much the entire first layer here. But not that one. And hit enter. There we go. Oh, we've gotten rid of at least one piece here that we need to keep. There. And oh. You know what? I'm gonna keep that one gone actually. We're gonna delete that one there too. The less polygons we have, the better for this. Because then it allows us to have more in the realms of yeah. There we go. There we go. Look at all the polys are being disappeared. It's great. 10 out of 10. Okay. Let's go back to out here.
Watch that before continuing with this one. I highly recommend that. So here, let's go into our settings, and let's talk about the important settings now. So first of all, we need to set a mode. So like as before, we're going to use a soft body. So for the plot, we're going to select our game engine. Also very important that we select the right game engine. Now we also going to set a frame range. So by default, it's going to grab whatever you have. So currently I have 100 frames. If you need more, you can add more. If you need less, you can add less. So in my case, 100 is enough. So we have this basic animation here of 100 frames with that. Then we need to say what geometry. So I'm going to grab here this icon. I'm going to select my geometry. So we're going to here grab the plot outputs. So you can also try to just grab the plot, but I specifically like to target these nodes so I exactly know what to expect from that. So these are the base settings, and we're almost actually already ready to export. So by default, we don't have to change much. So you can just press render, and you already get some decent results. So here in the settings, we have some settings specifically for the soft body, so we can compress the normals into our position alpha. In this case, I'm not going to use that. We have then settings for all the modes. So this is, first of all, might be important. So if your geometry input is cached, so currently, if I go back to my network, I'm not actually caching out geometry. So if you use, for example, here the cache node, so the file caching sub, this can be, of course, heavily recommended if you're doing something more complex. As you can see in my scene, it's calculating pretty fast, so it's not really needed to do a full cache system. But definitely, if you cache your animation, make sure you also toggle this on or off. So in this case, I'm actually not caching this. So I'm going to disable this. Then important here is to setting the texture format.
Okay, let's make sure that I'm not caching.
So we're going to make sure it's an HDR. So if your game engine doesn't support 16 or 32 bits, you can switch to 8-bit as well. In this case, I'm going to leave it on. I'm also going to use this format. There are some other formats, but we're going to leave it as it is. We have some other settings here: export spare color, mesh vertex color. We can include a debug plane, which can be very useful if you want to debug values between what you see here and the game engine. We can also here export custom attributes. Let's say I would like to have, for example, as you can see here, like I would like to see, for example, the H value, but I don't think I have a H value in my plot sim, or for example, the velocity value. So we can get these values and export it as well. But in this case, we don't need that. Then we can also set a target render for the width, but you don't have to tweak this or touch this too much. It will actually by default do a pretty good job at sort of like choosing the best texture for you, but you can always play around with that. If you have something like if you have a more complex situation, more complex simulation, then you might be able to tweak this more to actually have something that fits your needs. But in this case, if you're doing something like this, you don't need to touch much of these settings. Now here we have input, so this is just some information if you want to input certain data. So if you want to, for example, here like the position is something that's required, you can optionally have some colors, some alpha, some UVs, like these are some other information can be seen as input attributes. Then we'll have a export menu, and this is of course important, so we're going to set the location. I'm going to rename this to, for example, tutorial plot, and we can also name here either the asset, so by default it will actually take the node name, so we can give the node name a better name, so like plot simulation. We can also add a suffix on the geometry. So here we can include, for example, the frame count or the FPS that we currently have in Houdini. So we can add that to the file naming. So that might be useful to know in your game engine what your total amount of frame number was or the FPS you used. Now also we can here, this is what it is including. So when I press render, we're going to export geometry, position, rotation, and colors. If you, for example, only want geometry and position, then you can click this to only have that. But we're going to leave it as is. And currently, for example, colors might not be really interesting.
Oh, cool. Wait. let's say none. Okay, let's do this. And then we'll do what's in the F, Unreal Projects. CT. I'm going to do new folder, and then we're going to say Houdini. And then we're going to do a new folder again. We're going to say that. And then one more new folder, and this is going to be anime girl school uniform. And this will be that anime girl school uniform.
In my case. Then we have some advanced settings. I'm not going to go too much in detail with them. Then we have some advanced settings. Interesting.
Files into subdivisions.
In my case. Then we have some advanced settings. I'm not going to go too much in detail with them. This is again, if you want to do something more specifically, we can enable or disable some toggles here to do something a bit more specific. But in this case, it's not needed. We can also have like target engine, which we don't need to touch really. And also interesting here is then our real-time shader info. So if I click on this button, it will pop up a menu. And for example, I'm using Unreal 4. So here we actually have some installation guides and other things for setting up. So this is very useful if you want to really watch the documentation about this. So very useful. Now, with all that set up, we are just basically ready to just click render and see what it gives us.
Okay, so what's it complaining about? It is recommended that the input geometry is cached to integer frames and loaded from disk as it shortens the node's render time. Do not use any time blend SOPs downstream from the node that loads the cache. Okay. 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 And everything here should be good to go. Geometry, position, rotation, and colors. And then if we render all, we should see it come out. Now, if I go over to that folder, Unreal Project, and then we do Houdini, that. It did not put it in the correct spot. Oh, that's why. It was supposed to be in here. Okay, and then we'll render all again. Go through the process of rendering. There we go. Then we come into here. Here's the geometry. There's the FBX. We come back to here, and here's our textures. And there's our color. I'm kind of curious as to see what this color looks like. It's 21 kilobytes. This is going to be epic. Ten out of 10. 10 out of 10 does not work. Okay. The color did absolutely nothing. That's fine though. Okay, so now if we come back into here, right? Not this one, we want this one. Right? We come to Truck-Kun here, go to meshes, and then we do new folder and we say that. Or here we say AI, and then we say that. Oops. No, let's delete these two. Sorry. What we want is pedestrians. New folder. Pedestrians. New folder, and then this one's going to be there. And then if we bring in the files, here's the, and then we import. There she is. Look at that. She's beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Oh, interesting. Okay, so the color doesn't work, and that's going to be a bit of a problem. Huh. Okay, so what if I do this? And we do FBX out. Right, we saved a disk. Then we bring her in. This one. And that she's a problem of epic proportions. Okay. So that's not right. Let's do that. And then we'll bring this one here over and we'll do this. And we're going to delete this one because it's all kinds of messed up. There we go. Save all. And then we're going to delete this. And then we're going to bring her geo back in. And I'm guessing that this needs to be 100. Yeah, it was right. There, and now she should have all of her principal shaders, right? So why is this happening? Like she's all there and whatnot, but like, oh wait, I missed one. There we go. Hmm. Ooh, I can do LODs? Compute missing UVs using... Okay, so I should actually re-render her. Give me a second. There we go. Because it looks like she's missing her textures. Because she's supposed to have three textures effectively, right? But it's not baked down into the right kind of textures, I don't think. Because she's missing all of her textures. What is that? Export. That's not what I'm looking for. The UVs aren't coming with this. Like the UVs aren't being preserved. All right, let's just.
So if everything went right, you should have now a folder with your geometry for the mesh, and you should also have a folder with the textures for the text animation. So this is what we're going to import into Unreal and set up in a shader. So in Unreal here, I can just basically grab the folders and drag and drop that in here. And then we need to set our import options. So this is very important to set right. We need to make sure we are enabling or disabling.
Okay, let's go back into here. textures. What we'll do is we'll do this. Go back to here. Give me a second. We're going to take these two, delete them. We're going to take these two, these three, and delete them. Force delete. Save all. Then we'll come into here and we'll do this. Move these in. This one here, I believe that we can set this to 1 for now, import. And that should give her the correct geo. Yeah, here we go. She's the correct geo. It brought in the textures incorrectly. I don't think these were imported correctly.
The right totals. So first of all, make sure here the vertex color is set to replaced.
Oh, okay. Wait.
Very important that we have that because there's information on the vertex. Then we're going to disable here all of these toggles.
All right, geo. And delete these. We've got to delete this one first, though. Delete, then save all. Then we're going to take this, delete this. Delete. Then when we bring back in her geo, this one here.
We have, for example, UV data in different UV channels, so we don't want to have any light map generated there. So in different UV channels, so we don't want to have any light map generated there.
Generate light maps is not there.
So we're going to be careful with that. We're going to here enable that or transform vertex to absolute.
Where is this? Make sure the following settings are set for the values. 1. Import LODs on. Oh yeah, I forgot to do lotting. I was gonna enable lotting. Geo. Right, because I didn't actually import her. Okay, let's come back to this. Settings. Export. Export LODs. Oh right, there are no LODs. So it doesn't matter. Right. Sorry. Geo. Okay, so import LODs on. Yeah, we want offset uniform scale to 1. Vertex color. Replace. Recompute normals. Normals. Off. recompute tangents off. Import static mesh on. Fall back. None. Build reversed index. Buffer off. Build scale 111. Yep. Import. This is not herd uniform at all. Okay. In the content browser, select multiple textures, right click on any selected textures and go to, okay, we're going to do the textures here. We're going to go to scripted assets. Right click on the selected textures. Oh, here we go. And then we are going to select Houdini config texture for VAT. HDR. In Unreal, there's sometimes issues with power of twos that have data in their alpha channels, in which case consider using Houdini config textures HDR even if you're exporting them as SDR. Yeah, that's fine. Static mesh settings. If there are tiny holes, texturing, or flickering on your animations, particularly with dynamic remesh mode, consider opening the mesh with mesh editor and then turning on LOD 0 building. Real-time data in JSON. Okay, there we go.
And also here important is to actually import the normal and tangents. Very important to have that both. Then we're going to scroll down. You're going to leave the transform as this. You're going to here enable convert scene, disable the other ones. Then our materials be able to. So now I have this. I also have the same folder structure that I had. So what I'm going to do now with the textures, so I already set some correct text. The textures is referencing to the set to it inside of Unreal. So with all of that done, we can just click save to make sure everything is saved. Then we're going to go here to my layers and create a material. And just load vertex animation.
Okay, then we're going to go here. We're going to go to material.
Bolt. So here we have that. So we have a basic material. And what we do in this material is we right click and we just then type in side effect. And we should see our functions from side effects. So if you have everything installed, you should be able to see these material functions. Now we are currently again working with
Soft body deformation.
soft body. So we're going to enable or place the soft body node. And this will require some setup. But once you plug in this node, you will be good to go. So important here is, for example, the normal and the world offset. So the world offset will actually move your vertices around. So we're going to here toggle the normal. And it's also set that.
So, normal tangent. This goes into the normal.
The tension space needs to be turned off. So if I go into my material here and type in tension space, we're going to turn that off. So make sure you have it off. Then our world position offset, we can include that here as well. Then what is more important here is then we have our custom UV channels. So we have multiple UV channels with some certain information to do something. So we're going to also want to have UV channels here on this material. So we're going to click on that and we're going to make sure that this is open. So make sure you open this thing here.
Wait, what? We have UV channels? Wait, which one are we on? This one here.
And under this open. So make sure you open this thing here. And under the settings, we have a custom UV. Channel, and we're going to press number 5. So we have our
5? Why do we need 5?
UV channel 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So now I want to use this and plug that in over here in the same number. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're not using
It goes to custom 1, 2, 3, 4.
0 here. So that is set up. There are some more settings you could do. You could also have the color, but actually did not really include any color. So that might not be interesting. I can also just use a color node. And let's say I want to have a bluish cold here. So I have that. I'm going to just press save. And this is then my result. So currently it's not doing anything special. So let me go into my scene here and place our geometry. So we have that plane. And I also want to then place my cloth here. So this is my material. And you'll see that this won't be working. So the reason for that is because we need to make an instance. So this is where things are getting interesting. So when we make a material instance, we now actually have all the parameters that we need to have. So this node, placing this node will automatically create these parameters for you. So you don't have to manually set this up. This is all done for you. So you can easily have this as well. So important here is, of course, we need to set our texture. So we need our position and rotation. So let's drag that.
Wait. Does this just... Yay. Okay, wait.
Over here, have this as well.
Yeah, okay. So I just save. And then we're going to create a instance out of this. MI. Dini that position and rotation. And then if we come into here, we've got our position and our rotation. And then if we go to Geo here, we can take this and we can put this into our preview mesh. Look at that. Oh, that looks like shit. Something's definitely wrong.
So important here is, of course, we need to set our texture. So we need our position and rotation. So let's drag that over here. So position and rotation and press save. And of course, we need to assign my material to this. And as you can see, it's already working really well. So grab it higher up. And just by placing your textures, you have a great result. Now, there are some more settings as you can see to tweak. So it's like right now, for example, it's automatically playing. If you want to control the play rates or set play at a certain point, you can then do a blueprint that controls this value. We have here game time. We have also the playback speed. Also important here is the Houdini FPS. So let me switch to Houdini. So in Houdini, we have here at the bottom, we have actually our global animations options. And I'm actually here using 24 FPS, but in the game, it's actually already set to 60 FPS. So in my case, actually also
24 FPS. I don't think this is going from the very beginning. Something tells me it's only from here. Like it's not taking all of it for some reason. Hmm. There we go. Look at that. So it was a bit of a problem there. There's still some issues right there. That's weird. Why is that happening? See here, maybe this is just like an issue here. Oof, that does not look right.
Ideally, we'd have to set this to 24. So then I have the exact same result in Houdini and in Unreal. So we can also again play around with the time rate. If this needs to be faster, we can speed it up. If we want this to be slower, we can slow it down. So you can see it's going very slow. This is also where interpolation frames is very useful. It will make things smoother. So if I enable this, it's going to take a moment. Interpolate between frames, so it will try to make things smoother if there's not enough information. So right now, it's actually going more smoother than if I would disable the interpolating frames. If I look from a different angle here, my cloth actually also needs a double-sided material. So if I go back to my material and make this double-sided, so
Why is she
apply,
popping out
we now
like
have a
that?
double-sided material. But I see that sort of like my normals are a bit weird. They're off. So I'm going to have to make sure I'm also here enabling two-sided normals. That will actually fix that issue for you. So by enabling this, as you can see, this gives us a better, more accurate result. And yeah, that's it for this video. So there are more settings you could play around with, but by now you should be able to have a working soft body animation from Houdini here inside Unreal Engine to make something super cool like this. So I hope you enjoyed this video and thanks for watching.
Her vertexes are all over the fucking place. Well, at least progress is being made. We do actually have to do a cross bake here because right now I don't have the ability to apply multiple textures to her. So she all has to be in one texture. So in order to do that, we need to do yeah, okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do labs bake. I'm gonna do 1K. Below. And the high. Now the low is going to be labs quick material. No, we need one material that just covers everything. So this one, that's fine. There, and then we'll do a null. And let's do this. And then we render. Oh wait, we have to do a UV because we've got multiple UVs. Forgot about that. So this is not going to work. I think this is going to give us a really funky UV, really funky looking texture. Yeah, it's like all over the fucking place. It's terrible. As in, it's fucking nothing. Okay. To do UV layout. That's not what I wanted. I saw a truck with ooh face and thought of you. You should send the image. The image. There we go. So this is her entire body. That's good. Okay. Then we move that over to here, and then if we do render. Ow. Boo. Boo words. That's okay. I get it. Okay, and then if we do a quick shade, we should see it. Quick shade labs material. And then this is the base color. We don't get any of what we're looking for. It's beautiful. 10 out of 10. Nothing's right. Hope you're well, bud. I'm doing okay. This is becoming problematic. I can't remember what the simple bake is. It might be this one. Don't care about AO. Don't care. No. Vertex color? No, it's not vertex color that we want. Is it? It's not alpha. I'm trying to get I'm trying to get the vertex animations into what's going over? What's going on here? There, now we should only have one. Yeah, we've only got one texture, right? There. What's going on here? Okay, so that's her entirety of everything, right? Now all we're trying to do is bake out the textures. PNG. But when I do this render, it doesn't seem to want to work. Oh no, it did work. Now it worked. Beautiful. Okay, that was the one that we were looking for. Now if I do that and we take this and we put this into here and we do this, then we take this and we replace that into here. We should see perspective. Yay, she's all nice and baked. I'm not gonna lie, I straight up cannot even tell the difference. Maybe a little softer. Are you back to Unreal? Using Unreal? Yeah. I knew it would happen eventually. We all have to take the hard road. Well, no, that's why I came back, is because I didn't want to take the hard road. But there is a very real problem with this. What engine version? I'm on 5.5. I might move to 5.6, or I might skip 5.6 and go straight to 5.7 when it comes out. So there's a very real problem here where if I do this, there's my 24 frames per second, right? There's the cache. Ooh. Export the wait on 5. Some of the larger features. Yeah, but I'm not using any of them, right? Okay, there. I don't know why this is being weird. Okay, so let's render all. And I've definitely missed something. A project opened in 5.0 and I had to walk away so it could load. Shit took like half an hour. I had forgotten what it was like. Yeah. Yeah, no, some of the they've definitely made some really good progress with getting things all updated and whatnot. Okay, so I have the base color, the base here. So if I'm gonna re-import this, re-import. This should that's not good. And then we're gonna re-import all of these. Can I just re-import? Re-import and re-import. But look at the like I'm getting weirdness there, right? Like look at that. That's not supposed to be happening. If I'm right and they stop at 5.7 like they did with for UE4, we should have a real stable version to actually make progress with. They didn't stop at 4.7 though. They stopped at 4.27. Wasn't it 4.27? Yeah, 27. I can't believe that we're how far are we into 5? We're 3 years into 5 already. Holy shit. Excuse me. This though, this annoys me. The whole like Lumen and Nanite, Lumen specifically has screwed the entire ability to like look for baked lighting. Like if you go and search for baked lighting in Unreal, you don't you don't find any documentation on it at all anymore. It's crazy. Yeah, but let's be honest. Everything's gonna take like we're Unreal's kind of at the point where it's like you it's difficult to it's incredibly difficult to get to the point where things are what they're like really supposed to be, right? Textures that have data in their alpha channels, in which case consider using Houdini configure. There's a time. Oh, you know what? You know what? It might be that. It might be the mesh. I don't have any extra mesh. Like the geo here is not supposed to be nanite supported. I don't want to import LODs. Do not do that. Import options do. Remove. Sorry. Normals. What was this? It was normals. Recom. It's a very big leap. Yeah. We're kind of at the point though, like where nothing's easy. Have you tried the new modular vehicle? There isn't much documentation on it, but is way more flexible and freeform with all suspension options and adding wings and BS. I haven't, no. Build scale, set rotations. Uniform scale is 1. Is there an offset? Is offset uniform scale. Build scale. Okay, let's do. Why is she frickin' flipped like that? Are you gonna have us Truck-Kun a kaiju to save the city? No. It's not about saving the city. Where did she go? There she is. Save all. Okay. Let's try and bring her back in because there's definitely something going. There's something fucky going on with this. So render all. I want you to work this time. So we go to here. We go to here. Geo. We want the vat mesh. There, that's good. Bake mesh. Import LODs. We don't want LODs. So it says import LODs on. We'll leave that on just in case. Vertex import options. Replace. Okay. Import static mesh. Recompute normals is off. Tangents is off. Remove degenerates off. We're going to just do this because we don't want it to actually change things. Fallback collision types, none. Build reversed off. Build scale. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Beautiful. Okay. So then we import. And she's on her side. She's on her side again. Why is she on her side? Like, why? Why are you on your side? Whatever. Let's do this, and then we will put her not on her side. There. Beautiful. It's supposed to be 90. Then we do this, and we re-import. Save all. Then we go back to here, and we take the MI. And yeah, we see that. And then we replace that. And the animation's just not working at all anymore, but she's definitely got some weirdness. Auto playback. Now she's not working again. She's way off though. That's like really, really off. Now, what if I do this? Let's just test this theory. What if I bring her in? And I think she's all set up anyways. Import. Oops. Delete. I forgot to import her correctly. What if we just do this and we do 100? I love how that didn't work. I brought her in. I said, give me a uniform of 100 for the scale. And it's just like, oh, hey, you know, no. Let's reset this. Import. Yeah, no, she's like super tiny now. There she is, 100. Then if we take the animation here and we pump it into there, look how well she explodes. I don't know why she's weird. Like, here she's in the air, right? Like her pivot's not even in the right spot. I'm trying to get what I had into into clear cache. Actually, what if I just skip this? I'm just gonna skip it. I think the cache is what's causing the problem, to be honest. I'm just trying to get to what I had. We're gonna do one more render all, just because I'm not sure if we got all the frames or just one frame. Static mesh. We don't want to bake. No baking. No bakies. We don't want to recompute these. Don't do that. And I think that's it. And then we import. And she's on her side for some stupid reason. It's so annoying. And then we re-import these. Let's also do this. Scripted action. And now she doesn't walk. She was walking. At one point, she actually walked. But look how far she is now from her actual location now. She's like a full like she's straight up like 90 away from it. I think that's about 90. Yeah. She's offset by a fuck ton. Yeah. I don't know what's going on. It was working. For the like it was working. It was wrong, but it was working, right? And now it's like now it's wrong and not working. Mm, let's just do that. Okay. Uh, okay. Render all. I don't know what's going on here. Okay. So we go to textures. We're going to re-import these textures, right? These should be good now. In theory, right? We're not seeing any movement on this, which is kind of weird, but whatever. Um, re-import. Okay, we're going to bring in this. We are going to take this and we're going to reset. We do not want to bake. Vertex. Replace. I feel like this should be ignored, to be honest. Recompute normals, recompute tangents, no. Okay, so I think we're good. Could be the build nanite. Okay, we import. And she's on her side. Well, she's not doing anything weird anymore. But her animation isn't playing. Wait, where is she? There she is. She's off in La La Land of nowheres. Is she walking at least? No, she's not. Like, what the? What's going on here? She's not playing anymore. It's pretty fucking good. About overdraw, all things considered. Yeah, I've heard that they've done some good stuff with that, but why is this so small? I can't even read what's going on here. basically gave us an update pack of 4 Megascan trees that we can modify with PCG because all of the branches and leaves are smaller meshes. Yeah, that about sounds right. That's like, so like, yeah. Why is none of this working? I followed the tutorial. Right, the tutorial here.
That I have a warning. So let's look at. Ideally, we'd have to set. It's already working really well. So let me grab that IREP. And just by placing the textures, we have a great result. Now there are some more settings as you can see to tweak. So it's like right now, for example, it's automatically play.
I wonder if I just need to recreate the material, maybe. Oh, excuse me. Save all. Okay, back to textures. We take these 3. Let's delete these. Force delete. Okay, textures. We're going to delete these 3 here. Don't need them. We're going to bring them back in entirely fresh, right? Textures. So we've got these 3 here, which we're going to need to bring in. Beautiful. And these 3 here, we're going to save all. Then we're going to select them and we're going to do scripted asset and we're going to do HDR. Save all. Beautiful. Then we're going to bring in the uniform base color. We're going to save. Save all. Beautiful. Okay. Then we come back up to here and we do a material. Oh, this person got, I think this person got compromised. Yeah, I think that was a compromised account. Okay, there's our textures, right? And if we create our new material, then we want Houdini, soft body deformation. All right, and then
if you want to, so that using 24 FPS. You have UV channels here on this material, toggle the normal, and it's also said that the tension space needs to be turned off. So if I
okay, so we want to take the normal. And this says the tangent space needs to be turned off, so we go tan. Beautiful. And I'm just going to move this over here.
go into my material here and type in tangent space, we're gonna turn that off. So make sure you have that off. Then our world position offset, we can then include that here as well. Then what is more important here is then we have our custom UV channels. So we have multiple UV channels with some certain information to do something. So we're gonna also want to have UV channels here on this material. So we're gonna click on that and we're gonna make sure that this is open. So make sure you open this thing here, and under the settings we have a custom UV channel, and we're gonna press number 5. So we have our UV channel 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So now I want to use this and plug that in over here in the same number. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're not using a 0 here. So that is set up. There are some more settings you could do. You could also have the color, but I actually did not really include any color, so that might not be interesting.
Okay, so that's been done. Okay.
And I can also just use a color node.
And then we can do this texture. Beautiful.
And let's say I want to have a bluish. This is all done for you. So when
Okay, and then when we come back to here, and we really take a look at this and we create material instance, this is MI VAT schoolgirl uniform. Then we're going to do this. And we want 24. And then we're going to go to the textures. And this is position. And this one's rotation. Save. Right? Yeah. Okay. And then we come back out to Geo. We open up our Geo. And then we take the VAT that we want and we pop it in there. And she looks like she's half decent, but she's not moving, which is weird. Save. We do have this message here. And I don't know what that message is. Muted? What? I'm not muted. I want to know what these are. I feel like it's only exporting a singular Start and end. Okay, what if I do a cache now? Here, clear cache. Let's play. This is correct. So why is, okay, so this is correct, right? We stop, we go back. It says 1 to 32, 1 to 32. We're good, right? Go to export here. Let's render all out. This looks like it's not actually playing the animation, which is the problem. But like, I imagine that it has something to do with this. But I can't read that because it's too fucking small. Oh, that's not what I meant to do.
This video is about
Unreal Material warning are really, really small and I can't read them. Say editor preferences. Well, because the rest of the editor's fine. In the editor menu, go to window. Scroll down and find user interface section. It'd be fine if I could see it here, but I can't. In the editor menu, go to Window. Scroll down to Display Debug. It doesn't exist. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Who would have thought that it wouldn't exist? Scroll down to find user interface section. Oh, okay. So apparently there's just no way to do this. There might have been at one point, but it doesn't look like there is anymore. Display debug, maybe? I love it when debug information is useless. It's fucking 10 out of 10. Is this going to show me the errors? Moving output files for package. Now, I don't think this is what I want. Yeah, no, it's definitely not what I want. Debug. Oops. Material, maybe? How to read Unreal messages because they're useless. Oh, look, they're even more useless because they're actually stacked on top of each other. Warning, texture sample. Linear color. That's not what it's supposed to be, I don't think. Oh, cool. This isn't actually doing anything. No wonder it's not working. Like, no wonder it's screwed up. It's because these don't do anything. Like, I would imagine this. Maybe? No map. Are these supposed to be? These? I can I can work around this. It's not the end of the world if she's like all kinds of weirdly fucked up. I can make this work, but only if she actually walks, and she's not walking anymore. There's nothing to save. Its position. And that's rotation. Autoplay, yes. Oh, she's flickering now. Means she's kind of working, maybe? Unreal Houdini that texture sample EOS as color. Why are these importing as linear? Okay, so if we open this, this is no S RGB. Houdini, Yui, that.
Hello, welcome to this introduction video. We are able to order news. I game number 1 to all the
Hello everyone, I'm gonna show you how to use Anim to Texture plugin in Unreal 5.3. So let's get started. To start with, we are using the quadruped fantasy creature by Protofactor Inc. that is free to use on the Unreal Engine marketplace. We're gonna make in the green channel, in the red channel, mesh from it. We save in the same folder just to be organized. Material of it from our plugin. So we're gonna search the bone animation here. We're gonna open it. We are gonna with body bone animation. Then we go with master body bone animation. Right now we're gonna get these material attributes. We move it here, we move it here, we connect here, and we connect here, and we apply. Now it shows us an error. So this is because we don't have any texture inside this function. So double
Maybe this?
Hey everyone, and welcome to my YouTube channel. In this tutorial, I will show you how to use the Animate to Texture plugin in Unreal Engine 5 to create animated materials for Animesh. As you can see, the final result looks identical to the original animation with no visible differences. This technique lets you bake animations into textures, making it great for optimizing real-time rendering. Plus, it's easier to integrate with Niagara particles for even more dynamic effects. Let's dive in. Let's start by enabling the Animate to Texture plugin. Go to Plugins, go to Animation, and tick the box to activate the Animate to Texture plugin. Then restart the engine. Once the engine restarts, let's add...
Is that actually part of Unreal now? Because at this point, I'm kind of willing to just do that instead.
some animations to our project. For this tutorial, I'll be using the African Animals pack from Fab. I will include the link in the description, but feel free to use any animations you prefer. Now let's create a new folder, right click, new folder, let's call it Animate to Texture. Now let's search for the skeletal mesh of the model we'll be using, in my case the crocodile. Click on the Make Static Mesh button and save it to your desired location. Finally, drag and drop the newly created static mesh into your level. Now let's locate the material used by our static mesh. To do so, let's click on the loop icon next to the material slot. Let's duplicate the material, right click and select duplicate. Let's call it M crocodile bone and let's move it to the Animate to Texture folder. In this part, we need to have the Show Plugin Content enabled. Click on Settings and tick the Show Plugin Content. Then open the Content browser, go under Engine, Plugins, and search for Animate to Texture content. Double-click on the folder. We will have two folders, Characters and Materials. Open the Character Materials. Under Mannequin, we will find two static meshes, the SM Mannequin Bone Animation and the SM Mannequin Vertex Animation. In this video, we'll take a closer look at the SM Mannequin Bone Animation. Double-click on the SM Mannequin Bone Animation. Let's open its material instance and open the parent material. Now let's copy these 5 nodes. Select them, right-click, copy, open the crocodile material, the material we have created earlier, and let's create a node the make material attribute. And let's table all the attributes to as the original material. Now let's check the use material attribute to use material attribute at the end of the shader. Now let's paste the nodes we have copied from the SM Mannequin Bone Animation and apply our material. Right-click on the material and select Create Material Instance to create material instance from this material. Now, double-click to open it. Let's go under the layer parameters. Let's expand the background, the layer asset, and the texture parameter values. Here we need to generate 3 different textures to be used with our material. Let's go under our workspace, I need to texture, right-click, select the texture section and select render target. Right-click on the render target and select create static texture. Let's remove our render target and let's rename our created texture to tx underscore bone position. Let's duplicate this static texture and create another one, tx bone rotation, and third one, tx bone weights. Now let's assign these 3 textures to their corresponding parameters. Now let's get back to the Animate to Texture content folder. Let's copy the BP Animate to Texture blueprint to our workspace. Also under data, let's copy the DA bone animation asset under our workspace. Double-click on DA bone animation. Here we have some settings we need to adjust. Let's start by the skeletal mesh. Select the crocodile skeletal mesh. Then under static mesh, let's select the static mesh we have created earlier. Then under these 3 textures, let's assign the texture we have created in the previous step, tx bone position, bone rotation, and bone weights. Now let's move to the animations. Here we have 3 different animations from the example. Let's empty the list and let's add the animation we want to use. Now select in this tutorial, I will be using the walk animation. Let's search for walk. And that's it. Let's make sure the autoplay box is ticked, and that's it. Now let's open the BP Animate to Texture blueprint. Here we have the 2 cases, the vertex animation and the bone animation. In our case, we're only going to use the bone animation case. Then let's delete the update material instance from data asset function corresponding to the second material slot. We only have one material slot for our crocodile. If you have multiple slots, you need to create as many as slots you have. Let's put the material instance we have created earlier, and let's adjust the bone data asset variable to the DA bone animation we have created earlier. Now we only need to right-click and select Run Editor Utility Blueprint to execute the blueprint nodes. Now we have the 3 textures generated and the material set to be used with the static mesh. Let's set the material to the material slot on the static mesh, and here we have our crocodile. He's playing the walking animation through the bone animation technique. Note that if we get far from the object, we will have some problems with the animation with the static mesh. It's due to the LD, and the bone animation technique only works with one LD, so we have to make sure our static mesh don't have multiple ones. This technique doesn't work even with nanite, so if we try to test activating nanite on our crocodile, we'll take a look at far distance. We have the same problem as the LD problem. Let's disable nanite and let's remove our LDs. Under LD settings, let's reduce the number of LDs from 3 in my case to only 1 and apply changes. This will remove the 2 other LDs, and now we have the problem fixed. And that's it. This is how to make static mesh use animations only with their materials. Now let's go further. This technique allows us to use multiple animations, not only one. Let's open the DA bone animation under a new sequence. Let's add a new material. Let's select, in this case, the crocodile walk turn left, and let's add a third animation. Let's select the walk turn right. Now we have 3 animations. Let's go back to the BP Animate to Texture blueprint. Right-click, Run Editor Utility Blueprints. It will generate new textures and new parameters for our material. Let's go back to check some info. Under info animation, here we have the list of our animations and the start and end frame of each animation. For example, here we have the second animation between 62 and 92. Let's open the material instance. Let's expand the scalar parameter value, and here we can adjust the end frame and the start frame. Let's put the end frame at 92. The start frame is by default to 0. Here we have the 3 animations will be played one after the other. In case you are using multiple animations, it's always possible to set the start and end frame so that you can select one animation to play in loop or play multiple ones. Also, some other...
Okay, we're gonna just try this one, but I will be right back. All right. I talked to the girlfriend and I'm going to do a pause here, go for lunch, and then I'll be back. And actually, I think I might just call it a day here and work on the animation stuff on my own. So I'll catch you guys tomorrow probably. All right. Thanks so much for coming and see you then. Bye-bye. I forgot to